Okay, I'm here. Alright, I still actually have the project open right now, so we're just gonna jump right into it. Alright, so where we left off was getting ready to make the spawn manager, which we need functioning in order to actually have a game. Because without a spawn manager, you can't spawn stuff. I mean, you can, but not very well. So we're gonna work on. Let's pause the music really quick just to
We're just trying to get all of the basics in so that we can then clean up a lot of things later. Last but not least, since our project is in a really good state, we're going to save one more time. We're going to right click on assets. We're going to export a package. Make sure you export everything and that all your scripts were saved. And I'm going to name this version 0.3. And then we save. So what you're going to do is, if your game requires spawning random enemies or objects in your environment, in your game, you'll need to go into the hierarchy, right-click, create an empty game object, call it Spawn Manager. In your project window, underneath Assets, in your Scripts folder, you're going to right-click, create a new C# script, also called Spawn Manager. Make sure you apply your Spawn Manager script to the Spawn Manager game object. And then in your Spawn Manager class, really think about all of the different things that you need to do for your game. So for example, in my game, I have many different enemies I need to spawn. So I made an array for all of the enemies. Since I only have one power-up I'm using, I made a single game object power-up variable so I can get that reference. And then I made sure in Unity,
we'll probably have multiple
in my Spawn
power-ups.
Manager,
We only have the one
enemies,
right now,
I just set
but
the size to be the number of enemies that I have, in this case 4. And the power-up, I just dragged the power-up prefab directly on. And then with that, I had to think of all the different constraints I had. So I have a spot specifically where all of the enemies should spawn on the Z-axis. I have a range that they can spawn on the X-axis that I can also use for my power-ups. For my power-ups themselves, on their Z-axis, I have a range that I can work with, so I made this one specifically a range. And then for any of my objects, they can all spawn at the same Y, because with gravity, they should just fall down. For my timers, for invoke repeating, I had to make 2 different times for when power-ups should spawn and when enemies should spawn. I also set the start delay to be the same for both, so that way they both start after 1 second. In my start method, I used that invoke repeating to use the start delay and each individual spawn time. And then I created 2 custom methods. And then finally, just make sure you test your game, see that everything works properly. Save your game, export a new package from your assets folder. So that way, you have a version where you can spawn all these random enemies. Now it's your turn.
cool. And we're actually gonna start off doing something pretty similar to what he's doing there. I kind of have it in my head, and it's something that I want to write out. I'm debating whether I want to do it so that there's specifically set levels, or I don't know. Let's get a basic one. Let's get a basic spawn manager going. I'm just trying to think. Maybe we stop for a second. Because I'm kind of getting myself into a corner where I'm going to develop something's foundation, and I'm going to decide later that I wanted to do something a little bit different, and it's going to be much harder to change than to plan ahead now. The thing is, I don't think I'm going to be doing anything super crazy, but at the same time, there is a spawn manager here that I kind of want to Oh, wait, that's the boss thing. Spawn boss wave. Oh, this is what I was talking about on stream earlier, or if you're watching this on YouTube later on. What I was talking about in the last video is this is actually a method call right here, a vector 3 that returns a random position within a set range. That is what we are actually going to do. I'm just trying to think here. So, oops. Okay, that's something else. Hold on one second. I'm going to... I don't really want to save that. Do I want to save that? Maybe not. Because we got that working now. We don't really need to save that now. But something I do want to do really quick is we're just going to open up a notepad. Spawn manager plans. Because the way we have like waves planned, actually I don't have waves planned at all, but the way that we're handling waves in general in a previous project was just spawning more enemies. So spawn enemy wave, int enemies to spawn, and then instantiate those. So it would spawn that amount. And then it would increase the wave number. If enemy count is 0, wave number plus plus, so the wave number would go up. I wonder if I can embed this even further so that we're tracking a number of waves before a boss round. Oh, that's already in here. The fuck? Can you guys hear that? Probably not. I think there's cicadas outside. Alright, let's turn the music back on. Okay. Alright, we're gonna get a basic spawn manager going, at least. We're gonna create an empty and we're just gonna call it spawn manager. And we're just gonna move it off to the side. And we're gonna create a new script. Spawn manager. Oh, where's the spawn manager? Oh, didn't open. Okay. Alright. So we need game object array. Oh, we need a public one. Public game object array. We're gonna just name it the same thing, enemies, just because that's easy to remember, and it's broad in case we decide that we don't want all the enemies to just be zombies. And then we've got regular zombies. I'm just trying to think. Do we want to... Let's say tanks are... Let's say tanks are another zombie. Private float. X range. And Z range. We'll do 25. Equals 25F. Equals 25F. Okay. So what that is that's going to be our spawn range. Oh. So that's going to be our spawn range. We're essentially going to copy a lot of what we did in a different thing. Actually, we might not even need to do that. Generate spawn position. What is that? Oh, they're defining that there. Or we define that. That actually might be easier. Yeah, that actually makes more sense. So let's just do one of these. We don't need both of them. And it'll just be called range. Or we'll call it spawn range. Whoops. So spawn range. And we're going to make our own vector 3, just like I did in that other one. So vector 3. I'm just going to name the same thing. Generate random spawn position. And then we're just going to copy that code. Whoops. It's going to throw an error at me. As a sign, but its value is never used. Yes, I know. Spawn manager. And then we can just copy this. So we have a float for each on the X and Z axes. And random.range basically just easily generate random data for games. Range returns a random float within min inclusive and max inclusive. Range is inclusive. Inclusive just means that... Well, it's inclusive. It means that it'll be negative 25 and 25 is the range, instead of it can't hit 25. It can hit 25 but can't go any further. It can hit negative 25 but can't go any further. Exclusive means that it can't hit 25 or negative 25. Okay, so what this does is, it's very easy. It's just 4 lines. It generates a random position within a random space. Or not a defined boundary. Which is really good for spawning random enemies within a playfield. So now we need to actually spawn stuff. So in start, sorry, give me 1 second to, because this is doing a lot more than we need to do right now. Those are boss variables. Spawn range, enemy count. Where's enemy count being used? Enemy count equals find objects of enemy dot length. Cool, 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 cool. Yeah, we don't really need to do that. We can copy this method though, because this basically will take I'll just show you. Hold on. Oh, hold on. This needs to be enemies. Oh, you cannot rename it. Okay. Ah. Enemies. Dot length. Enemies. Enemies. What's wrong here? Oh, this needs to be down here. Hold on. Wait, no. Oh, that's why. That's the wrong method. Generate random spawn position. There we go. I was wondering why that wasn't working. It's because it was a different name. Okay. So now... so at start, we can spawn enemy wave. And let's say... let's spawn 5. So as soon as we start... So now that the spawn manager exists, we can add the spawn manager script. Enemies will be... just make sure that there's no overrides that we need to cover. Apply all. Now we can delete the zombies from the scene because our spawn manager is going to do it for us. We just have to make sure that we spawn manager enemies zombie fast, zombie slow, and tank. Okay. So now those zombies should just generate. Boom. In random places. Bingo. Someone keeps shooting off fireworks. Nice. Okay. Alright, basic spawn manager is working. There is more that I want to do with it, though. One second. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so we have those 3 enemies now, and they spawn at random locations. What? Sorry, one second. Sorry about that. Okay. Now that we have the... Whoops, hold on. There we go. Now that we have the spawn manager working, I kind of want to add to it. So we're actually going to take... We're going to open up our brainstorming document here. Player movement, we got that. How do I do this? Is it 5? No. Shift Alt 5. There it is. Shoot point, got that working. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. We got rockets. Sorry, someone's doing a shit ton of fireworks. Alright. Spawn manager ideas. And waves. So we have an ability... I have the ability to develop waves into the spawn manager, but I'm trying to figure out how to design waves in the best, or in a way that feels good, you know? So let's say I'm just trying to think. I'm trying to think how bullet hells kind of do this. Maybe this is something I need to research on my own time, though. Research. Bullet hell. Because the way I'm picturing this is... Have you guys played Vampire Survivor? I haven't, but I've seen other people play and I've seen video footage of it. And I'm thinking something similar, maybe not quite as complex because this is just supposed to be a prototype, and something that is meant to be fun to play, but it's not something that's going to be super substantial unless I really get into developing it. But bullet hell design philosophies on handling enemy spawn over waves. Play some bullet hells for research. So that's something to consider. Okay, so we have a spawn enemy wave thing. And I think we can probably copy a lot of code from here. So we need the wave number, which is an int, I think. It's just an integer, right? Yeah. Same with enemy count. So we need an enemy count, public integer, and a public integer for the wave number. I can probably just copy these. We don't need the power-up thing because we don't really have power-ups right now. And I don't think we will. We have abilities and different and we'll probably make different abilities. Actually, I have a design idea here. Hold on. While it's in my head, abilities tied to hotkeys. Hold on. Let's make these bullets. There we go. And then bold ability spawning. We could have... Oh, I don't like that. Bruh, come on. Why? Why? Why are you doing that? I don't know why it did that. What is going on here? There. That was very strange that it did that. Ability spawning. Abilities set to hotkeys. Assign new ability to hotkey. I++? No, that probably wouldn't work. 1, 2, etc. Spawn new ability after each. So we can spawn a new ability after each boss wave and also have boss waves. Boss wave. And boss waves could be huge amount of enemies, maybe. Special boss zombie to be decided later. Because I wanna lay this out so that whatever we develop right now, or whatever I develop right now, is somewhat future-proof, where we can make adjustments to it on the fly if I decide to make design changes going forward. Like, I want to have a good foundation where it's flexible development-wise or design-wise, so that if I do want to add, like, the way we have abilities set up, we can actually just throw a new ability type into the ability type script, the enumerator, and then just develop the behavior and then call it in a certain way, like call it in the player controller the same way that we did where it's use ability. So this is all so like region and call it rocket behavior, and then end region rocket behavior. Boom. So then all that rocket behavior is just there. And same with here. This power-up thing isn't... But yeah. Because now we have this use ability thing. We can add more abilities to this and program all of the behaviors in a new like essentially in a new region and call it, you know, like EMP behavior, well, or grenade behavior or whatever. Actually, this might look a little bit better here. Just space it out a little bit. And we can just go if other.gameObject.compare tag is, you know, is grenades. Then we can program we can set it so that the ability type is grenade, and then code all of the grenade stuff down below. It just makes it easier to change stuff to add stuff on the fly, without interfering with a lot of other code. And I want to do it so that the spawn manager is like that too. So if we decide to add more enemies, I can just throw that enemy into the enemy array, and that will be added to into the enemies to spawn, because that'll it's an enemies.length, and that's already calling anything that's in there. So if we added a new enemy to that array, all we have to do is add it. We program a new zombie type or whatever, another enemy. We can then program all that stuff and make a prefab out of it, put that prefab in this array, and then it's just added into that random stuff. And I want it so that the waves do that too. So like enemy waves. So like spawn, you're on wave 1, so spawn this many enemies. And I kind of want to do it differently than just spawning a bunch of enemies. So like right here, I want it to spawn one enemy at a time. Maybe. I can't tell if I'm hearing fireworks or something else. Alright. So. Sorry. Alright. I do want to check the time really quick. Okay. We're going to go a little bit longer before I take a quick break. Alright. So, I have some homework that I want to do. As far as research goes, for maybe some more ideas. But spawn new ability after each boss wave. Okay, so we do need to figure out like an actual boss wave. Another thing that I'm thinking of is having each wave have like a set, like a preset grouping. But then the random stuff wouldn't even be used, which is fine. Like if it's a predetermined wave, kind of like, did the timer stop? No. Kind of like how in Kingdom Hearts, the Colosseum. there's like different continues to dynamic games, yada yada yada. You have different fights or different waves that are preset. So like fight 1, 4 soldiers, 3 blue mages, 10 shadows, 3 blue mages for fight 2. Fight 3, 5 red mages, 5 blue mages, 3 red mages, 3 blue mages, 2 shadows, 2 soldiers. And these are predetermined. They're not random. But the thing I'm also thinking about is I'm doing a lot of thinking and kind of just brainstorming here and kind of thinking out loud. Preset waves a la Kingdom Hearts Coliseum is an idea. I'm trying to think of another one. The other thing here... Oh, wait. That's not what I want. That's not where I want that. Yeah, preset waves a la Kingdom Hearts Coliseum. Each seed has a preset orientation of enemies and their positions. But do I even know how to do that? Need more enemy types. To justify. It's something that we could try. Sorry, I'm just kind of staring and thinking. I do that a lot, as you might have noticed. I'm just trying to think to myself. There's a lot going through my head. I feel like I would need more enemies to justify that kind of design, because we only really have 2 and then the tank. So... maybe not. I want enemies to spawn 1 at a time, maybe? Or in groups. Okay. So those are some general ideas. This is just kind of scratch off, or scratch paper kind of brainstorming. Which is fine for what I'm doing, but... Is that thunder? I didn't think it was raining. Heavy rain soon. Okay. Oh, what did that say? Do I even want to look at this? This is Newsweek. They're not super... Oh, yeah. I'll read about that later. I don't like Newsweek, so... Alright. So on start, spawn enemy wave. 5. Okay. Another thing we could do is each wave... each wave adds a certain amount of enemies. So essentially if enemies equals 0, if enemies equals 0, wave number plus plus enemies plus 2. No, because that would increase the... Why don't I just fucking code this? Why am I typing it in here? So wave number... where are we increasing that? In update? Right, we have to define enemy count before we can even do that. So enemy count... where is that? In update? Yeah. Enemy count equals find objects. Yep. If wave number... Okay, we don't have boss rounds yet. Spawn enemy wave. Wave number. Okay, we're going to copy all of this and remove the stuff that doesn't exist in our code yet. Of type enemy, nope, of type zombie behavior, dot length, that doesn't exist. Wave number plus plus, we don't have a power up prefabs. Instantiate. Wave number plus let's just start with wave number, I guess. We don't have any of this stuff. equals 5. Spawn enemy wave. Oh, enemies to spawn? Equals enemy count. Int enemies to add. Enemy count is find objects of type. Okay. So enemies to add would be no. No, the way we're doing this right now is enemy count equals whatever is currently on the map. So wave number would go up, but enemy count would stay 0 because it's already 0. I just had some math in my head and it just left. I'm just trying to think here. Because I wanted to add enemies exponentially, but not at a rate that, like, blows up my fucking computer. Alright, this might be a good time to step away for a minute. Give my brain a little bit of a break for 10 minutes or so, and we'll come back to this and try and mess around with this. Alright, we are about to get a storm, I think, or some kind of weather. So if stream randomly ends, it's likely that I lost power. Hopefully we don't, but just in case. And you are going to hear rain against the window, so heads up for that. But we are going to take a quick break here. I didn't realize how low I was. Okay. We'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I was doing dishes on my break. I gotta plug my phone in here. Okay, we are gonna get back to this spawn manager here. Okay. Sorry, I was looking at Facebook. Okay. We're gonna start the timer here, and we're gonna continue this. Okay, so I was thinking about different ways that we could apply math to the spawning. Oh. Maybe we can just make a new enemy count. Whoop. Ah. It'll be int. Enemies to spawn. So it'll be nah. Screw it. Let's just start with something for now. Let's make a new variable. Public int. Or this can actually be private. Private int. Next enemy count. Next enemy count equals well, no, because we're not storing the original count. Enemy count is being defined as whatever is currently on the map, and the starting enemy count is just something so that we have something to start with. Oh, actually, if we define... We can actually define next enemy count. Enemy count equals... Enemy count... plus... Next enemy count. Oh, that's gonna give us an infinite loop, though. Enemy count equals... Nah. Let's just say wave number times or plus um okay. Let's start. It's gonna generate a lot. I guess let's start with 2. Okay. What happened there? Wave number times 2? Yeah, spawn enemy. Enemies to spawn. Equals wave number times 2. Maybe the operator I was using wasn't valid? There we go. Oh, now there's lots. Oh my god. Oh yeah, there's more. And then there will just continue to be more until it crashes my computer. Because it should just be doubling them.
Pizza time.
Thank you for the follow. Oh, I can't see who that is. Whoever followed, thank you so much for the follow. Okay. Alright, so the spawn manager is working. Nope, we're not doing that. No. Where are the moderation settings? Oh, there they are. Bye. We're not gonna do spam here. Okay. So right now it's just doubling. But maybe something can be on my docket for research purposes for what are some interesting ways to handle spawning in a way that ramps up the difficulty without, you know, just doing something simple like that. Or maybe doing something simple is good enough. The only issue I'm running into right now is how many of the zombies just kind of start running away from me. So we get that and blow them up, but now they aren't coming toward me. They're... Okay, there they go. But this guy, like, isn't coming toward me. Now he is. Okay. There probably is another one somewhere stuck in a corner. Hello? Why did it stop spawning? What happened there? Oh, I don't have the rockets. This is getting kind of fun. Okay, so wave 4. There's enemies. Or there's 8. Uh-oh. I discovered a bug. You know what? Those will all get destroyed. I might have discovered our issues with that. Oh no, that's still causing problems. Whatever. I don't know why that happens. Alright, enemy count 1. Where the hell is he? What the fuck is he doing way up there? What? Well, there's our problem. Okay, you know what? Let's go to rocket behavior, because that explosion sending them up maybe isn't a great idea. Because what I'm wondering if that's the reason for it, that he just keeps flying upward and then he gets stuck just constantly flying. What the fuck? Why are they just spawning way up there now? Okay, maybe we need to define a Z kill floor at some point. That's why it's important to test your shit. I'm gonna write that down as a bug, and we'll fix that later. Tanks. Tanks often end up out of reach of player. Causing zombies, tanks often end up out of reach of player, causing the wave number to get stuck. For whatever reason, they will often spawn at extreme distances on the y-axis. We'll label that as a bug. Okay, so we have a basic spawn manager working, kind of. Oh, now we need a power-up prefab on here. Public game object array, abilities. Okay. Some more design things. After an ability has been spawned, remove that ability from the spawn pool, or from the ability spawning pool. Because if I'm just thinking, if we're gonna have multiple abilities that have, or that are part of an array, that will end up on a hotkey, Sorry, I'm thinking again. I'm fine. No, that's fine. My train of thought just completely left. I'm just trying to think. There's different ways that I want to do the spawning stuff. Okay, let's get the basics out of the way first. Let's just make sure that the spawn manager actually spawns actually spawns a power up or an ability. Excuse me. Okay. Whoops. Oh, no, not rocket. We want... Oh, pick up rockets. That's what I wanted. So, spawn manager, pick up rockets. Okay, we can delete that from the scene. Pick up rockets, spawn manager. Yeah. What the fuck was that? Sorry, 1 second. Hi. Yeah, we're making games. How's it going? Welcome in. Sorry, I left like like right as you guys were coming in. Yeah. I heard a noise in the other room, so I wanted to check what it was. But I don't think it was anything. I think my girlfriend was just shutting the door. But yeah, we're making a game. Also, while I was up, I grabbed it's not actually a Slim Jim, it's a Jack Link's thing. I had a coupon for it at the gas station chain that I normally go to. But yeah, we're working on a game. Right now we're trying to get this spawn manager set up. Which we do. Here, I'll show you. Wow, what the fuck? Did anyone else see that? Why? Where? This one. Where are you going? What the fuck? Okay, hold on a second here. Jack Link 6 aren't too bad? Yeah. They're pretty good. In Unity here, right? Been a while since I've seen the UI. Yeah, this is Unity. Sounds like game dev. Yeah, I just noticed that, like, this wasn't happening, yesterday. I'm gonna spit a piece of Jack Links on my screen. I don't know what... Oh, that's probably why. Whoops, no, not X. Freeze position on the Y. It should be saying player used the none ability because we aren't using an ability right now. The other issue that I keep running into is if I click outside of the zone, the way the raycast works, I didn't write the raycast. I didn't write the raycast code. I got that from this guy, Bartha's Balt. I don't know how to say his name, but it only detects a raycast based on it has to hit something. So if there's nothing there, it can't hit. So if my mouse goes outside of the plane, if my mouse goes outside the plane, build a tactical RTS with a coworker. Grids are a real headache. Oof, I've never done grids before. This is the first time I'm making something. Well, I made something a little while ago.
Pizza time.
Thank you so much for the follow. I don't know why this isn't working. I can't see who followed. W2 Speedy? Thank you so much for the follow. I don't know why that's not showing up on my... I'll show you what I mean. Right here. Just doesn't show up. The new follows. But, oh, you don't even show up in the users. Thank you so much for the follow, whoever that was. I appreciate it. Not sure how big this project is, but if you're wanting any assistance, I'd love to help trying to get back into things and build a portfolio of it. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing too. It's not anything like huge. It's just kind of something I'm doing in my free time. But I wouldn't mind doing like a group project at some point, just because I haven't developed anything with anybody in a while, and I do kind of miss it. You know, it's been 10 months since the layoff, and I haven't really worked on I've only been working on solo projects. And like tutorials and stuff, which has been fun. I've been learning a lot. But it'd be nice to do a game jam. Like, I want to sign up for a game jam at some point. Oh, did I stop the timer? I don't think I did. I didn't. Ugh. We're gonna close Twitter. Zombies. This actually ended up being... zombies often end up out of reach of player, causing wave to get stuck. Yeah. Okay. Where was I? Power up. The abilities. We need abilities to show up. Do a group thing. I'd love to do that at some point. I also knew we live in the same area, so we could... I actually just moved. I'm up north more now. I'm closer to Chicago, like in the Rockford area. I ended up moving into a... Oh, rain's coming down kind of hard. I moved into a rental house up in McChesney Park with my girlfriend. Yeah, without, you know, when the studio closed, it's like, okay, well, my girlfriend's up here, and I don't have a job, and everyone's kind of going off and finding jobs elsewhere, so it's like, it didn't really make sense for me to stay in the area at that point. Even though I know that there's a chapter in the International Game Developers Association. There's a Champaign-Urbana chapter now that I'm a part of, but it's like, but I'm not down there anymore. So I might have to look into joining the Chicago chapter or something. You should join that too. The IDGA. But there's a chapter in Champaign-Urbana. I don't know if you're a part of it or not. But if you live in the area, you get IGDA emails. I don't know if I actually do or not. But I kind of want to get a membership. I got a new job. It's not a game development job. It's just something to do on the side so that I can make income. I'm going to be a table dealer at a new... Not sure if it's... It does cost money. It's like a yearly subscription. It's not... I think the base one isn't super expensive. It's like 50 or 60 bucks a year. And that money is mostly to fund the association. This is good. But I kind of want to get a membership. I used to have it through my college. Nice. I don't know if my college ever did. Wait, didn't you go to Full Sail? I think I remember someone saying that. Damn. I guess I could have gotten a membership then. Maybe Maybe I just straight up didn't even know it existed most of that time. I don't think I gained much of an industry awareness until shortly after college. I think they gave it to us during the Midway project. When did you go? I graduated in 2018. I wonder if that's something that they did later. Because I don't remember that being offered when I was there. Oh, that's actually earlier than me. Okay. Yeah, I didn't even start until like 2015. Maybe they stopped doing that then. Or maybe I just completely missed it. Oh, yeah. That's right. Okay, okay. I remember that night. I remember that now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There were a few alumni that that worked at Volition too. It was kind of cool to realize that, oh yeah, a bunch of my coworkers went to the same college as me. One of them works on Fortnite now. I'd love to work on Fortnite. I've tried applying there multiple times and interviewed there like 3 times. Never enough, but they may not do it. Not me doing the networking work. They may have stopped because I know it was like they came around and were like, fill this form out, and we'll pay for the membership. Damn, that's really nice. Yeah, I don't remember that being offered for me. Been applying to some new jobs at like Discord and such now that I have more experience, but no luck so far. It's rough. It's very rough. I'm gonna pause the timer for a second here. It's been really rough. And even still today I even saw even more layoffs. What was it? I had it saved in my reading list. Hold on. Yeah, right here. Tales of Kanzera Zhao. Developer. Jesus Christ. Stop it. Surgeon Studios is cutting jobs, and I even saw some stuff. Surgeon Studios confirmed it laid off over a dozen of its staff. In its statement, it acknowledged the industry's difficult time and said it had prioritized helping those affected by the reductions. Excuse me. I'm not in the career gaming scene, but you saw I got laid off last week on Twitter. No, I don't think I did. Damn, that sucks. Were you in games too? Oh, sorry, ads. We're just gonna pause for a second here. I didn't even know that they got laid off. Oh, I did see that. Actually, I'm going to subtract this time 37 minutes. So that's 69 minutes. I guess I did see that you got laid off. Honestly, it's been... I see people get laid off so often that I forget who's been laid off. Like... Like, damn. And the that $500 bill for your cat's surgery. We actually recently had to take our dog to the vet. Like, I think we spent close to... Oh, Jesus. Probably close to, like, $800 at this point. Total. For... Well, maybe not quite that high. It was definitely in the 500, 600 range. Because she got diagnosed with hypothyroidism. Her thyroid just doesn't function. So she gained like 14 pounds over the course of a year. Which is a lot. She's a basset hound, to put that into context. She weighed like 60 last year and now weighs like 74. She's probably a little bit less now because we've got her on medication and stuff, but yeah, it was bad. I was hired on with 2 other middle-aged women in a field that I never worked in before, and they said that it's not my fault, but that I wasn't matching their expectations. Yeah, I do remember reading that. That sucks. Did they give you like feedback on what expectations you weren't meeting? Because that's kind of shitty to just say you're not meeting expectations, but then give no context to that. And the fact that they would let you go 3 weeks in, like, really? You're gonna make a judgment that you're not meeting expectations within 3 weeks' time? That's basically still training. Like, well, what the hell do you mean? That you couldn't multitask to the level that they wanted? They barely gave you a chance to learn it, though. Like, that's insane. That sounds like a failure of training, honestly. Yeah. Like, I guess some leadership can determine that, but like, I think they hired 3 of us with the intent to lay off 1 or 2 of us. And that sounds like, because they were indecisive, that sounds like a horrible waste of money. Onboarding and hiring costs a lot of money. Like, that's expensive to do. That's why it makes no sense to lay people off in the games industry as much as they have been. Because it's like, it's really expensive to onboard someone than to just give a raise to someone who already is there. You know? Like, it's less expensive to give a raise to someone in order to get them to stay. That is cheaper. As far as I know, it's cheaper to do that than to... That feels like it makes the most sense, but I know a lot of companies hate the onboarding costs. Yeah, onboarding costs a lot. As far as I know, I'm not a recruiter, I'm not a talent acquisition specialist or anything. But I have been told by multiple people who are more, you know, knowledgeable on that. I don't know why I was feeling that meat stick so much. Job market's rough, or at least it feels rough. I know statistically the job market is actually a lot better than it has been, but man, To be frank, they're a local credit union with roughly 10 people. They don't deal with corp or anything. Oh, so they can just make decisions on their own. I caved and contacted a hiring agency. Oh, like a temp agency? I was doing that too. Like I started doing that. But then I went to a hiring event for a Hard Rock casino that was opening up and was hired on the spot. I guess that's normal for hiring events. I thought it was just going to be like a job fair where you go, you do an on-the-spot interview, and they, call you back. But no, they want to hire you on the spot, basically. The intent is to hire people on the spot. And if you don't match their culture on the spot, then they'll pass on you. But otherwise, they're expecting to hire a bunch of people. So I took a dealer job. So I think I start on Friday. I'm supposed to find out soon, but saying that's why a lot of game companies will sooner promote someone from within than hire externally. Yeah. Usually. I fit in company culture and got along with pretty much everyone from my understanding. I think I said my thank yous to my coworkers and got some kind words in response before I was kicked from Slack. I hate that so much. Like, that just feels so inhumane to just kick people from Slack and being... Like, I get it, it's a company Slack, but, like... Just disconnected from all your coworkers like that? Like, I'm lucky that, Volition set up, like, a private server elsewhere to keep everyone connected and supporting each other. If they didn't have that, literally everyone at Volition would just lose contact unless they have personal contact with everyone. Like, it was awful. But that was a corporation thing, so... Not the separate server stuff, but the layoffs. And that's not an uncommon story, unfortunately. But it's been rough. But I hope you both end up on your feet, because the layoffs suck. The job market sucks. At least in the games industry and tech. I know manufacturing is getting better, but still, it's not a fun time to be unemployed. They removed me the day after I was let go, and Slack had a ton of company passwords. It's for security. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Our emails and stuff were basically nuked within a couple of hours. Oh, no. It's totally fine. I just realized that I stopped focusing on I was conversating more than I was developing, so I just kind of set it aside and then paused the timer so that I'm not just burning through the timer. I've been trying to hold myself accountable of actually sticking to the amount of time that I work on, like, development stuff. So if I find myself getting distracted for an extended period of time, I try to pause the timer so that I'm still holding myself accountable to that, like, 2 or 3 hours a day. Especially when I have ADHD, it's very easy for me to get sidetracked. So I just try to remember to make sure that I'm actually tracking the time that I'm actively working on something rather than being at the computer. I end up getting a lot more done when I hold myself accountable to that. So it makes me feel better at the end of the day when I know that 3 hours was, like, productive 3 hours, not set a timer for 3 hours and then stare at a screen for 3 hours and do nothing, or at least not really do nothing, but not actively committing to the work. Make okay money, but I also know with 5 years of experience I can make much more. Yeah, I'm kind I'm kind of in that boat too. I was making 20 after I was at the time that I was let go, and the job that I'm going to be doing right now, I'm making 14 an hour, which is borderline what I started at with QA testing. That is with the caveat that I'll be making 14 an hour plus tips, but I don't know what that looks like yet. And it's part-time. I can do full-time, but sounds like a good tactic. ADHD is a hell of a time. Oh my god, tell me about it. I've had ADHD since I was a kid. As long as I've been alive, essentially. But yeah, that's something that I've developed lately with after being laid off. Committing like actual time blocks, not even just like from 2 to 5 I'm going to work, and that 3 hours is going to be. Did you ever go through the Illinois unemployment process? I did, and it is a giant pain in the ass. It's a huge pain, but once I actually got it and got the money, then it was like, okay, this is fine. I just have to log in and do the thing. File my claim every 2 weeks. But yeah, it's a huge pain in the ass. It's a pain in the sense of you have to go through the initial onboarding process of do you qualify and doing all that stuff. Once you get through that initial step, the rest is pretty easy. It's just that initial sign up is kind of a pain, as with any government agency process, honestly. Oh, hello? Someone popped in. I saw a message. I wasn't paying attention. I saw a message on my camera, but it's not showing up in the Twitch feed. What happened? Hold on a second. Oh, it's on YouTube. That's why. Hi, Alfred. How's it going? It is I, Alfredo. Hello, Alfredo. How's it going? Now, if it was filtered words, it would still show up in the Twitch chat for me, but it would be flagged and you guys wouldn't see it. And the complete opposite happened. I couldn't see it, but it showed up on the feed on. Something that I don't know if I can even do. I finally feel better physically myself. You can, or you can try. It's something that I don't know if I can even do. I finally feel better physically. They should make it easy for stuff like that. It's got an obvious paper trail. It should be a basic form to submit, in my opinion. Lord knows the government likes tedious processes, though. Oh yeah, tedious process means less that they need to spend. Yeah, yep, pretty much. Twitch is streaming UI. Oh yeah. Yeah, plus doing it through Streamlabs. Well, actually, no, because Streamlabs is pulling directly from the Twitch chat, so it's the same thing. But yeah, I can show you a little bit. But I've got, like, you can have the mod setting, so, like, I could ban you just with a button press right here, or timeout, you give a warning, which was kind of new. I don't know. That's like a new thing, and I can also just delete the message. And then I think I can undo it. Ooh. Uh-oh. Apparently I can't undo it. I thought I could undo it. Apparently not. Oops. Well, now I know. Look at you popping off, Mr. Famous. Yeah, well, it says 31 viewers, but I'm also live on Twitter, and I think the way Twitter handles it is anyone who views the stream once and leaves, Streamlabs still sees that as a concurrent viewer. But if I show, hold on. No, close the reading list. I still count it? Okay. Yeah, I mean, it still counts as views. I guess. Since I started doing game dev streams and streaming on YouTube, though, my YouTube viewership has... Well, the watch time has skyrocketed just from people watching the stream. I don't think people watch the Let's Play videos very often, so... It's not garnering a lot of watch time, unfortunately. But streaming is. Mr. Famous Big Slice. I was definitely a little bit more popular on Twitter for a while, but that kind of got exhausting. Too much discourse. After Gamergate 2 happened, I was just like, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm still on Twitter, but not nearly as much. Ah, I appreciate that. I still keep them coming. And these streams... game dev streams have been popping off lately. Honestly, I'm not surprised. People who keep getting laid off just want to be able to play stuff, or want to be able to make stuff, and... You know, when the pandemic started, I got into streaming. Like... Well, the pandemic started, I got into writing reviews, and then I started a relationship that ended, and then I was miserable for a little while, and it was still in the middle of the pandemic, so I felt even more alone at that point. And then at some point, I just kind of was just like, I'm gonna start streaming. When I bounce back from personal tragedies, I end up starting new projects. I went through something after graduating college, and I started a podcast. I couldn't continue that, unfortunately, just because I got the job at Volition, and then the person I was doing the podcasts with, their schedules just did not line up with mine, so we just couldn't figure out how to make it work. Because I got a new job, and her photography business was starting to take off, so that was taking up more of her time. Podcasting is fun. It's very fun. I really, really enjoyed it. The amount of work that goes into like planning episodes is kind of a lot, but actually preparing and recording the podcast is really, really fun. And I've actually wrote down that I would like to do a podcast again at some point in the future, because I like talking about video game news, but I never have... Excuse me. I couldn't find the time to actually do it. Or I like talking about news, and I did like news write-ups for a little bit, but it just took up a lot of time that could have been spent prototyping. Because it would take like 2 hours a day to write, and that's like on top of everything I was already doing, like job hunting and stuff like that. It was just, I didn't want to take that much time away from other stuff, including getting back into prototyping and learning how to program and stuff. So I just ended up stopping the news stuff in favor of the development stuff. But I would like to get back into it again at some point. But I think right now I just want to spend most of my energy on developing because I've missed it. And I'm having a lot of fun with it. So, yeah. Oh, I don't know what I did there. I think at the time that was a good choice. When you get comfortable and enjoy what you do, you can always do more. Yeah, absolutely. And I do intend on going back to doing some kind of blog posting, just because I did enjoy doing it. It's just that it was a lot to add to my plate on top of everything I was already doing. Plus, with me starting a new job, I'm gonna have like half the time that I do now. Even doing it part-time, which is my intention at first, is to do part-time, but if that's not making enough money, then I do have to do full-time. And honestly, streaming game dev stuff has allowed me to have the best of both worlds, because I wanted to do prototyping and programming stuff, but also stream. And doing them separately cost a lot of time and energy for me to do. But when I just do game development stuff on stream, and then if I'm feeling up to playing a game on stream as well, then I'll do that. I get the best of both worlds. I get to stream and do game development stuff and hang out with people in stream. And that's nice. I like doing that. The best of both worlds. Oh my god, I haven't heard that song since the show was around. Yeah, I'm doing the best I can. It is unfortunate that I did have to settle with some job, just because I need income. I would love to be able to just stream and make games all day, but when that's not generating income, I have to face the reality that I'm going to have to balance that with a day job so that I can survive. Especially because, I live with my girlfriend. She's depending on me to pay half the rent and bills. So it's like I need income. So the best streamers do jobs and then get the time and money to stream. Yeah, you have to have. I used to have a teacher that said if you have a backup plan, you're already giving up. But it's like, no, I don't think so. Like, you don't necessarily have to have a backup plan, like, in the sense that a backup plan to have when your dream inevitably fails. It's sometimes you need to fund the dream with a day job, because that's far more sustainable. Like, that's what Harrison Ford did. He worked as a carpenter, but his intention was there was a speech that he did, or an interview that he did, where he I always heard that he was a carpenter at 30 before he got famous, but that was intentional. He moved out to Hollywood and got a day job in Hollywood so that he could be in Hollywood making income while also pursuing his dream. And he talked about how, like, he was on the same bus as a ton of other people. The difference was he was in it for the long haul. They were trying to get rich quick. They were trying to get famous quick. They were trying to become an actor quick. He was in it for the long haul. He wanted to become an actor and play the slow game if he needed to. Harrison Ford is really brilliant, man. Yeah. And look what happened. He got a stress-free rise. Maybe not stress-free, but he didn't have to worry about finances when he moved out there. And I took that to heart, because it's like, I take a lot of inspiration from a few different people's philosophies. One is not a great person, and that's the founder of the McDonald's Corporation. Not McDonald's the restaurant, but the McDonald's Corporation. He had this speech. I don't even know if it was his speech. It was something that I watched in that movie with Michael Keaton. Ray Kroc, about how persistence is what gets you your greatest achievements or whatever. And so I've kind of taken that out of context and applied it to something a little bit more positive than, you know, stealing someone's livelihood and screwing them over. For anyone that doesn't know the McDonald's story, Ray Kroc is a piece of shit. He took the McDonald's idea and undercut the original owners, put them out of business, and then stole their name and turned it into a huge corporation. He was a horrible person. But his philosophy on persistence is something that I kind of took into, kind of stole and put it into a, you know, more positive context. And the Harrison Ford thing about how knowledge and experience is power. You only get stronger when you learn and experience, good and bad. True. Yeah, the old Bill Gates trick. Yeah. Let me scroll back up a little bit. I think I missed some stuff. Like at the time, that's where I'm at. I keep wanting to stream some game dev stuff, but I find it hard to press that go live button anymore. Honestly, sometimes it is for me too. Today I finished dinner and stuff and was wondering if I wanted to even go live. But I'm glad I did. This has been nice. It's been, I know I haven't been like doing game dev stuff most of this time, but it's been nice to just talk. Because I don't know, not a lot of people watch the streams lately, which is not a bad thing. You know, no one's obligated to be here, but most of the conversations have been kind of one-sided and just kind of narrating what I've been doing with development, which is good practice for me, but it's nice to have conversations. Do I consume anime content? I do. Not as often as I'd like to. I've been slowly going through Inuyasha, but I keep getting on and off of it. I have a list of animes that I do want to watch, though. And that's kind of at the top of the list to finish. I want to get back to Attack on Titan. I watched the first 2 seasons of it and then just fell off it and haven't watched it since. Did you see that Madoka Magica RPG? Possibly. That sounds very familiar. Madoka Magica. Yes. Is it Meiji Excedra? Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. I might be thinking of something else. I could have swore there was something that ended up on my list from that. But I don't remember. With Attack on Titan, it's honestly better to have fallen off than wait 2 years at a time for new content. That's true. That's very true. Never watched Attack on Titan. I watched the first 2 seasons. Oh, are you guys getting... Oh, ad break, that's right. we're just gonna wait for the ads to roll. Oh damn it! I don't want. Oh, actually, you know what? I accidentally just clicked Epic, and I don't have the. I didn't get the free games this week. Sunless Skies Sovereign Edition. What is this? That seems cool. It's one of the free games on Epic right now. I'm also just looking at new or... I'm being punished for never watching Attack on Titan with 4 ads. I'm also just looking at new or upcoming free-to-play games. I just saw an ad that had a clam drinking Red Bull and having a woman emerge from the clam instead of a pearl. Looking forward to Once Human. Once Human. I think I was too. That sounds familiar. That might have been on my list. Oh. Oh. Yeah. That is on my list. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I was following it. Oh, it's coming July 9th. Because I wanted to see more about it. Yeah, that looked kind of cool. You have it on your list. I don't remember what made me add it to mine. Maybe SGF or old E3. Yeah, it might have been shown at something. Like recently. But is this the RPG we're talking about? I thought there would be like video footage of it. I've never seen this anime though. It was shown during SGF? Okay, that's what I thought. Because I remember seeing it like recently. Another anime gotcha. You know what? Those are, from what I hear, those are pretty fun. Cause isn't what's that really popular one? All right, so our spawn manager. Oh, Genshin Impact, right? It's an anime I haven't seen yet, but I know it's messed up. Oh, the Magica, Magica one, whatever that's called. Okay, we added pickup rockets to that. Wait, what? How the message for honk? Is that a slur? What? Honky? What the fuck? Why is that blocked? A contemptuous term used by some black people for a white person or for white people collectively? What? Like honky tonk? Why is... What? Seriously? Okay. A honky is an immigrant from Central or Eastern Europe? I should probably stop saying that out loud. If Twitch is blocking it, I don't want to get flagged for saying it. But I just say it for Star Rail because it's funnier than Honkai and makes me think of geese. That was really loud. Oh. I should really know better by now. I think that's the third time I've been hit by Automod for calling it that. Really? Automod will just... Twitch will just add a bunch of stuff to Automod. Okay, we need it in our spawn manager. Now we need to call it. Oh, I guess my watch is getting low battery. Let's say on if wave count, whoop, if wave count, or if wave number is 3, instantiate we're actually just gonna do this. Ability. There. I'm gonna hop off for right now. It's getting kind of late. I want to chill with some friends and a voice chat for a bit. Yeah, no worries. I appreciate you guys hanging out. Or I appreciate you hanging out. But yeah, I hope you enjoy. Oh, also, really quickly, if I have to do this myself, but because Nightbot decided to just fucking stop working, for me. No, not server boost. If you guys, or if anyone watching is not in the Discord, I'm gonna chill and watch the code until I can't keep my eyes open. I know I mentioned before, but if you ever want to hang out in real life, wouldn't mind having another friend in person. I would like to do that. I was telling Guga earlier, I ended up moving. I'm like 3 hours north from Champaign now. I moved into a house up in McChesney Park with my girlfriend. But I wouldn't mind coming down to visit Champaign every once in a while, honestly. I like that town. I mean, I miss it a lot already. It's a fun town. But if there's ever anything in, you know, like game dev stuff happening in Chicago, maybe we can get a group together or something to go to like a Comic-Con or something. Because that would be pretty fun too. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. Okay. All right. So now oh, not enemies. We want abilities dot length. And then instantiate abilities. Oh yeah, it is. It is. I use it for a lot of stuff. I have game playlists in this where I can keep track of, does my computer run it? Did I request a key through Keymailer? Do I own it? If I do, send it to the priority queue. Do I own it but haven't played it and probably won't play it for a while? Then I'll send it to my backlog. And then I have a backlog list of priority games. I don't know why I'm so obsessed with using Trello lately. But yeah, this is like all... Like, I still want to do 18 minutes of job hunting. I have another Crab's Treasure stream to cut down still. 69 minutes of Unity training. Oh shit, I forgot I still need to do my July playlist. That was supposed to be done yesterday. But yeah, this keeps me... It helps me keep track of everything that I'm doing. And the backlog, ready to see this? There's a bunch of stuff in my backlog. I have a list for templates. I have stuff done, stuff in progress, which is essentially what I'm currently working on, or what I want to do that day. And this is when I get what I want to get done within the week. And then I have a job hunting board. Like all the rejections, the stuff that I've passed on or have otherwise done, ones that I haven't heard to in more than 2 weeks, ones I've applied to in the last 2 weeks, ones I'm in the middle of applying to, tracked leads, which is like QA roles that show up here. I go absolutely nuts with Trello. I don't know why I'm so obsessed with it, but I think whenever I end up switching from QA, I will probably end up going into production or project management or something. But I love working with Trello boards. It's just something that I adopted to keep track of all my stuff. Like, even the stuff that I have in backlog, I have labeled as purchased, or I have them labeled as a Game Pass game. Fuck. I forgot about Chained Echoes. Stream obligations for ones that I have a key for. There's a handful of games on my backlog that I need to play. Oh, that can be archived. We finished that, and the Let's Play is done. No, the Let's Play's not done. Holy shit. I never finished that Let's Play. Oh, that's on my to-do list. Okay. God damn. That's not fucking gone, is it? Uh-oh. Okay, yeah, I need to get on a lot of these, because they're going to disappear soon. That's not good. Well, I gotta get to cutting down VODs. I guess I know what I'm going to be focusing on tomorrow, before stream. Because I am going to stream at some point tomorrow afternoon to do more game dev stuff, but... okay. So now what this should do is... on the third wave, it'll give me the rocket ability. Let's find out. Actually, hold on. Let's, play maximized. So, die, wave 2. Wave 3. Oh, dear God. Well, I did something wrong. Why did it do that? What the fuck? It's not a bug, it's a feature, never forget. Why did it do that? Oh my god, because it's calling every... Oh! Why is that happening? Oh, that's probably why. Yeah, it's updated each frame. I could just copy this and then just rewrite it for the ability. That way so abilities to spawn. That's a quick way to do it. And then abilities. Oh, wait. Cut that and you. And spawn ability pickup. You can also add a max count and make it check if you've spawned that number before instantiating. Oh yeah. Max count, make it check if you've spawned that. Oh yeah. Nope. Hold on. Oh, I know, it's not being used. If... Oh, actually, for... Actually... I don't know what I'm thinking right here. Yeah, because I'll only ever do one. I think that might just be the easy. It won't right here, because what I'll do is type it as spawn ability pickup, and then just do one. So now that will, instead of calling it every frame, this will call it every frame. Oh shit. Oh no, it won't call it. It will call it every frame, but it's checking to make sure that if it equals whatever I typed into the whatever parameter I set. So 1. Same thing with right here. Spawn enemy wave equal wave number times 2. So every time wave number goes up, it'll spawn an enemy wave and it'll spawn in the wave number times 2, but then it won't copy it. But if I were to do this, God, please don't crash. Oh, actually, no, it won't do that because yeah, never mind. That actually won't do that because we have it set up like that. Enemies to spawn is whatever I set up. Oh, at start it's doing 2. Yeah. Wave number times 2. And then spawn ability pickup. So that should only release 1. Oh, it might help if I hit play. I was like, why is nothing happening? Okay, so, wow, you're fast. Ah, oh, fuck off. Alright, so this is wave 2. Wave 3. Oh, god damn it, it is still doing it. Fuck. What did I do wrong this time? One. Oh, did I do this backwards? Ah. Okay. Int. Abilities. Int active ability. Bool. Ability spawned. If if shit. Yeah, you're right. It is calling it. It is doing that. Why is this working then? If enemy count equals 0, wave number plus plus, spawn enemy wave number times 2. But that's an update. Why is that not? For int I equals 0, right? You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. That's why. That's why. Okay, okay. Okay, I see. Okay. Ability count equals var ability count equals find actually let's define that up here. And this doesn't need to be public, I don't think. Ability count. And enemy count equals 0. Oh. Ooh, okay. Yeah, you might be right, actually. Oh, but it might not. It might not work in that order, though. Now, get rid of that. Because if this is happening after an enemy count equals 0. Right. Plus, then that doesn't really future-proof either, because then it'll be entirely dependent on enemy count being 0. Which, I mean, I'm not going to spawn power-ups any other time. But if I just put this at the top. No. Yeah. Then again, yeah, let's do this, and then we'll have an ability count. And oh, no. If wave number 3, yeah, and ability count equals 0. Or maybe this does need to be public. ability count equals find objects of type pickup. Body number equals 3 and ability count equals 0. Spawn ability pickup. Okay, now it should work. Why? Why? For what it's worth, that int you were gonna make up top should definitely work if you set it and decrement it on spawn. Oh shit. Oh no. I already fucked something up. Oh wait, no, that's rockets. Hold on. That's the wrong thing. Pick up rockets. Oh shit. Oh crap. I know what problem I have. I already didn't future proof. I don't have a pickup type. Oh, actually. Haha. Scratch that. This is probably not a great this is probably not a great what happened. So what happened was I don't have a power-up type, and I also don't have a one tag fits all abilities. So there's no way for me to spawn a random ability with what I currently have without it royally screwing up like that. But if I make an empty script that I attach to all pickup types, then I can use type ability, even though the ability script does absolutely nothing. It is an empty script. I'm just using it to call for that specific type. Creative problem solving. Let's not celebrate until we know it works, though. It should. Okay, we need to go back into the code, though. Ability. Especially when the solution turns out to be something really stupid, Like, just pivoting a problem to just what I just did, which is make an empty script so that I can use a system that uses scripts to find objects in the world. The ability script doesn't do anything. It's just a typecast. Now it should work. Okay, round 2. Hey, we got it to work. Oh. Okay, we're gonna make a new Boolean. Bool has been picked up. Equals false. There. Has been picked up equals true. But its value is never used? Yes. Yes, it is. It is being used right here. What are you talking about? Oh. Why? Oh. Oh. Oh, did you have Mr. I don't think I did. I had someone else. He was an older man, had a white beard. I don't remember his name. I don't think I took physics and linear algebra, actually. Oh, no. Maybe I did. Yeah, I did. Favorite college stories ever, because he once burst through a door to a hall shouting penetration while talking about collisions. Scared the crap out of another teacher walking by and just goes, "Oh, I'm so sorry, it's just physics." Physics is fucking awesome. Oh, okay. Why? Automod? How is that? How is that? Come on. How is that a problem? Okay. Okay, let's test that now. Very notable character. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, I should have kept the other one in there. And ability count equals 0. It's just automod being overly strict in my opinion. Okay, now it should work. No, why? What the why are you not working? Why can I not set this? Oh, wait a minute. What did I do? You said that falls right after spawn. That should work. Yeah. Set that falls right after spawn. It should work, right? Oh, shit. Oh, wait, no. I don't understand why. Yeah, I was gonna say that looks correct. How are we doing on time? 41 minutes. Say again? Resetting at each update. Oh crap, you're right. Hold on, let's... Yeah, initialize it at the top. Yeah, we need to do it up here. Bool has been picked. Let's shorten it. Picked up. Picked up. Equals true. Picked up. No, wait. I want it false, not true. And then set it to true. Picked up equals true. Why? I don't understand. Why are you not letting me declare that as true? Right. Oh, wait a minute. No, what the fuck? Why is that? Why? Equals true. Wait, what? Why is that a problem? Only assignment, call, increment, decrement, await, and new object expressions can be used as a statement. Oh. There we go. What the fuck? There we go. Fingers crossed. Ah, don't slouch, Corey. Come on. Are there any other rockets? We got it. Double equals is comparison only. Ah, okay. Gotcha. Ah, we got it. We now have a basic wave system that spawns enemies incrementally and will do abilities as well. Hell yeah. And we have this ability script so that we can call ability type. I can pick random abilities when we decide to add more abilities at a later date. We now have systems in place to develop more abilities on the fly if we want to without breaking shit. With this pickup public enum, we can just add a new ability and then program it right into the player controller in the same way that we did here. Can create a tag for that specific power-up or that specific ability. Although there is something that I want to do later that is going to change some stuff, and that is picking up an ability. Actually, that shouldn't be that hard. I want to do it to set up the hotkeys, but if we already have that enum set up, the hotkeys should just change available. It just check what power-ups the player currently has and then assign each of those to a button. And then when you press that button, then current ability just gets reset to whatever that button represents. So that shouldn't be that difficult. In theory. I will preface, in theory, that shouldn't be difficult. I'll just have to. You can probably figure out how to do a simple hotkey setup too. So that should be pretty easy. All right, that was the main thing I really wanted to get done today. We have a basic spawn manager. It is adjustable. Relatively adjustable. There's definitely some design changes or some design brainstorming that I want to do on how I want to handle waves so that it's a little bit more fun. Or a little bit more Unreal I'm just more comfortable with Unity because that's where my experience is. What I've been told is that Unreal Engine, yes, it takes a little bit to learn, but the amount of freedom that you have in it compared to Unity is a lot. Like, you have to program jumping yourself in Unity. They just have a jump function in Unreal, which is kind of nice. Sometimes I forget how much overhead comes with Unreal Engine. Yeah. Unreal is really hard to learn. I'm very intimidated by it. But at the same time, I do see how much people are moving toward Unreal, so I think it would be beneficial to learn it. Just because that's having Unreal experience is right now more marketable of a skill than Unity. Yeah. It's a mountain of a learning curve because, especially when you're used to Unity, the programming logic is there, so like thinking through that stuff is going to be somewhat similar, but the commands are different. The blueprinting is different from, you know, C# scripting with Visual Studio. I prefer this because that's what I'm used to. So maybe it would be beneficial for me to learn C++ because I don't think Unreal supports C#. Unfortunately. Answer, no, Unreal does not natively support C#. Unreal Engine's primary programming language is C++, and it also supports visual scripting. Blueprints are used for quickly iterating gameplay features without the need for compiling. But you can't, there are, by the sound of it, I think maybe there is some plugins that you can use for C#. Using C# to code in Unreal 5 with Unreal Sharp. So maybe that's something that I can play around with. But then at the same time, it's like, but if you want to work someplace that uses Unreal, would you be doing yourself a disservice by using C# and Unreal instead of using what's native to Unreal? Because then at that point, I guess it's something to think about. My personal roadmap, I'm a big old C++ fanboy. If you can do C#, it's not too hard of a gap. Yeah, because it is another C language. I know that there's some stuff that's different. Just gotta get used to creating header files to define your functions and variables. Other than that, just memory management, which can be a pain, but it's good to know. Yeah. From what I've seen of C++, it did seem very similar to C#. Past those two things to general syntax is quite similar. Okay. That's good. Because I'm very, very comfortable in C#. And if C++ is pretty similar syntax-wise, maybe C++ isn't as intimidating to me. Plus, if I get used to the blueprinting, I feel like the blueprints use a lot of the same. It's still the blueprints I think are using C++. It's just a visual scripting of it. I don't know. Unless that's like a whole other language. But I don't know. All right. Well, I don't think we're gonna do any games tonight. It's getting pretty late. It's 11 o'clock here. I might play some Fortnite by myself or watch something before going to bed. It's just a visual layer to it. Okay, cool. But yeah, Unreal is on my personal roadmap of stuff to learn. Because one day I still would love to be able to work on Fortnite. I'm not giving up on that. Maybe that's my end game. Still calls the C++ under the hood if I'm not mistaken. Okay. I should learn C++. But I want to get the junior programmer certification from Unity. that's kind of what I'm working towards with this project. Because this is a little bit more of a hands-off part of that learning pathway through Unity. I'm on Unit 4. And this has been really fun. Honestly, I've learned a lot more going through this than... Well, I shouldn't say I've learned a lot more than Full Sail, but probably would tell people go through the Unity stuff, learning stuff before committing thousands of dollars to Full Sail, because I don't know what Full Sail is like now. I know that they update their program pretty consistently, but it's also very expensive. So if you have the motivation to just learn stuff on your own, do that before committing thousands of dollars to a college that is basically going to do the same thing. But anyway, I kind of got off topic. But streaming game development has been really fun. I want to continue doing it. I am going to stream more game development stuff tomorrow. I'm not sure what time. Like I said, if you're not in the Discord, let me get another link to it. I really, really want Nightbot to get fixed. I don't know why it's not working anymore. But if you're not in the Discord, there's a link to it. Yeah, for those who can learn solo, it's a regional approach more than ever. Yeah, I could not. I did not have the self-motivation to do it myself. I needed Full Sail, honestly. I needed that pressure on me to meet deadlines and stuff. Because the work ethic that I have now, I did not have before college. But yeah, if anyone watching is not in the Discord, I posted a link to it in the Twitch chat. Come over to Twitch and click it. I will post in there whenever I decide to stream tomorrow. We are going to do more game development stuff tomorrow. I'm just not sure what time. But anyway. Crap, my allergies are starting to act up. And there's an ad. Okay. We are going to look for... Oh, we can stop this timer. We did the Unity training. That is done. There are some other things that are on my list that I would like to try and get done, but it's very late. I really need to get through these stream VODs, though. Especially the ones that are going to expire soon. All right. We are going to look for someone to raid to wrap up the night. I might hang out in someone's stream. Let's just see who's live. Got Layers of Fear. A lot of people playing Final Fantasy XIV. Back from jail. A lot of people playing Elden Ring, too. Jesus is alive. Yeah. Is he doing no commentary? Maybe. We're gonna go say hi to him, though. He pops up in the stream every so often. He is a kind of funny best friend. I met him through that community. So yeah, we're gonna go say hi to them. We're gonna go say hi to him. I don't know why I just did the devil horns. I'm tired. Okay. I will update everyone when the next stream will be. It'll be likely tomorrow at some point. I'm not sure what time. I hope that I can stream early enough that we'll be able to play a game afterward. We haven't done a lot of game streams lately, but that's okay. But yeah. We'll go say hi to Om Jesus, and then, yeah. Alright. Hopefully I'll see y'all tomorrow. If I don't, I hope you have a good rest of your week, or whenever I see you next. Alright. Have a good night, everybody.